Hi there. At this point, you understand low-fidelity prototypes and have created a low-fidelity prototype in Adobe XD for your own project. It's time to create a research plan to test the main user flow of your website and get feedback from real users. If you've been taking the courses in order, you'll remember exploring research and usability studies in earlier courses. Since it's been a while, I thought it might be helpful to go through a quick summary of how to write a UX research plan before you start your own usability study. If this is the first course of the program that you've taken, you might want to go back and review the videos and complete the activities on conducting a usability study before you move forward. Or even if you just want a little refresher, all the videos that will be most helpful to you are linked in the course reading. Okay, let's get to it. We're ready to review the first step in a UX research study, planning the study. As a reminder, a research plan is a step-by-step examination of a group of users and their needs. A UX research plan is made up of 7 elements: the project background, the research goals, the detailed research questions, the key performance indicators, or KPIs, the methodology, the participants, and the script for the questions you'll ask study participants. So let's break those down. The project background summarizes the situation that led to the need for this research. It's basically a brief explanation about why you're doing the research, which you can give to anyone who asks. Your goal when creating the project background is to try and answer the question, what led you to conduct this research? Next, the research goals lay out what you're trying to solve with this design, or what you'd like the outcomes of the research to be. The goals of your research will differ from project to project. They'll fit into one of 3 categories, depending on when during the product lifecycle you conduct the research. Your research goal should answer the question, how will the results of the research impact our design decisions? After that, you'll write detailed research questions for your project. These are the questions you plan to answer during the study. The research questions should be actionable and specific, and you should avoid leading questions. But keep in mind that these should not be the literal questions you plan to ask study participants. Instead, the goal is to figure out what questions you need the study to answer. Next, determine your key performance indicators, or KPIs, which are the critical measures of progress towards an end goal. In a UX research study, you might consider KPIs like the amount of time a user spends on a task, users' use of navigation functionality versus search functionality, user error rates, drop-off rates, and conversion rates, and the system usability scale. That's a questionnaire to measure the usability of your designs. When determining KPIs for your research study, consider the question, what would indicate that we're making progress toward our ultimate goal? Next up is the methodology, where you'll outline the steps you plan to take to conduct your research, including how you'll collect and analyze the data. Then, determine who your study participants will be. Who do you need to be involved in the research to ensure you're studying the right metrics? For example, the usability study for my library website might include participants who read often, want an easier way to check out books, or visit the library as part of their work. Finally, you'll need to write a script for your study. This is also known as the discussion guide. You'll need to determine what questions you want to ask participants during your research. And there you have it, the 7 elements of a UX research plan. Hopefully that brief overview refreshed your memory on how to plan a UX research study. You should be all set to plan a research study to test the main user flow of your own website. If you need more guidance, check out the course readings and revisit the videos from the earlier course. Let's keep going. Hi there, I'm back for a second quick summary. Now you've carefully planned your UX research study, it's time to conduct the research with participants. As UX designers, we're always keeping the user top of mind. After all, we're trying to create the best experience for our users. That's why usability studies are so important. They're one way to get real feedback from a group of participants. Okay, let's jump right in. A usability study is a research method that assesses how easy it is for participants to complete core tasks in a product. During a usability study, researchers observe the participants to understand how they interact with the prototype of the product and complete tasks. Then, UX designers use the insights from the study to make improvements to their designs. There are two types of usability studies, moderated and unmoderated. In moderated usability studies, a person guides participants through the study in real time. The person who guides participants through the study is known as the moderator. The moderator's goal is to assign participants different tasks to complete within the product and watch participants interact with the product. Plus, they collect their feedback along the way. Moderated studies allow the moderator to ask specific questions, follow up in real time, and build a rapport with participants. On the other hand, in unmoderated usability studies, the participants test out the prototypes without a moderator present. Usually, the study is recorded on video, and the UX team reviews the video footage after the study. Since participants complete tasks on their own time and in their own space, it can be easier to get accurate feedback. Plus, they might feel more comfortable being honest when there isn't a moderator in the room. So why conduct usability studies? Because your product looks and functions differently at every stage, you can conduct as many usability studies as you need to make changes to your design and improve the user experience. And you can conduct usability studies at any point in the design process. Keep in mind that the later in the process you conduct a usability study, the more expensive it is to make changes because your design is further along in the design process and more complex. That's why it's important to start testing now, when you have a low fidelity prototype of your website. One more thing, determining the size of your study depends on the project, but around 5 to 8 participants is a good start. It's a large enough sample size to gather real data, but it's not so large that the study costs a lot of money or takes a long time. And that's it for the second step of a UX research study, conducting the research. As a reminder, if you'd like more in-depth introduction to these concepts, check out the course readings to find the original videos on conducting a usability study. You can also watch a usability study in action there. Hi there. You might remember when we discussed biases in UX research in an earlier course. Well, in this video, I want to quickly remind you about some of the biases that may occur when you conduct usability studies. As a refresher, a bias is favoring or having prejudice against someone or something based on limited information. All humans have biases, including you and me. The key is to identify and become aware of these biases so that you can guard against them. For that reason, you need to be aware of common types of bias you or your participants may have during usability studies. We've covered these biases earlier in the certificate program, but let's do a quick refresher about implicit bias, serial position effect, friendliness bias, and social desirability bias. First, implicit bias, or unconscious bias, is the collection of attitudes and stereotypes we assign to people without our conscious knowledge. These attitudes and stereotypes are often negative, exclusionary, or disempowering. When recruiting participants for usability studies, any implicit biases you have against a particular user group might impact your expectations for how those participants will interact with the product. Another bias you may have during usability study is serial position effect. Serial position effect is a psychological bias that states that when given a list of items, people are more likely to remember the first few and the last few, while the items in the middle tend to blur. Be aware that when you're interviewing or watching participants, the first and last things they reveal might stand out to you more than the feedback in the middle because of the serial position effect. Similarly, your participants might experience the serial position effect. If you give participants a list of instructions, they're more likely to remember the first and the last items on the list. Next up, let's chat about another bias, which is often experienced by participants, friendliness bias. Friendliness bias describes the tendency of people to agree with those they like in order to maintain a non-confrontational conversation. As a moderator, if you are too friendly and develop too strong a rapport with participants, there's a chance participants will want to agree with you in order to avoid confrontation. This can stop participants from giving honest feedback. The last bias to guard against is the social desirability bias. The social desirability bias describes the tendency for people to answer questions in a way that will be viewed favorably by others. In usability studies, the social desirability bias can cause participants to focus on the positive aspects of their experience with the product and minimize the negative aspects. One way to guard against this bias is provide participants with a series of statements that came from other users. Ask participants which statement they most relate to and emphasize that there's no correct answer. Each of these biases can have a tremendous impact on the data you collect during a usability study. So how can we reduce bias? Well, the first step you can take to reduce bias when conducting a usability study is identify and admit your own biases. So, besides identifying them, what else can we do to avoid biases? Find participants from a representative sample. The small group of participants you conduct your usability study with should represent your key user group, as well as user groups that are often marginalized. Next, define the research criteria beforehand. When you created a plan for your usability study, a couple of the key elements you focused on were the research goals and the research questions. By establishing research goals before the usability study begins, you'll reduce the chance of designer biases. Fourth, phrase interview questions thoughtfully. Stick to open-ended, non-leading questions like, how did it go? What was your experience like? Or what worked and what didn't work for you and why? Remember, the goal of usability studies is to get honest feedback from the participants. In addition, let participants express themselves fully and in their own words. During the usability study, make sure you understand exactly how participants feel and why. Finally, be mindful of your body language. Remember the friendliness bias? A lot of us are people pleasers. If you nod, smile, or react favorably to something when you are the moderator of a study, it might encourage participants to share feedback that will get them more nods or more smiles. Body language like this can bias the feedback that participants provide. And that's it. In the upcoming video, we'll move on to the next step in a UX research study, which is analyzing and synthesizing your research results. Let's keep going. Welcome back. We're making our way through the steps in a UX research study. So far, we've covered the first two steps: plan the study and conduct the research. After a usability study, we have a ton of feedback from participants. What we're going to do with all that information? Well, in this video, we'll move to step 3 of a UX research study: analyze and synthesize the results. Analyzing and synthesizing the results from your research is all about turning observations into actionable insights. Remember, an insight is an observation that helps you understand the user or their needs from a new perspective. Insights help explain what data means and what to do with it. In just 4 steps, we can turn the observations from our research into actionable insights. First, gather all of the data from the usability study in one place. This includes everything from the observations you quickly scribbled on sticky notes to the notes that you took in Google Docs or spreadsheets. Be sure to check with your team to gather any notes that they may have taken too. Next, organize the data. This is where we take the data gathered in step 1 and arrange it. If you wrote your observations on sticky notes, you might use a method called affinity diagramming to organize your data, which you learned about in an earlier course of this program. Or, if you use spreadsheet note-taking to record your observations, you've already started organizing the data without even realizing it. Each of these methods are reliable, so the choice of how you organize your data is up to you. After you organize your data, you're ready to find themes. One of the key goals of user research is to identify themes or patterns that are common across participants. To do this, we'll ask ourselves two key questions. What common patterns stand out in the data you collected, and what do they tell you about your product design? Once you recognize the themes, it's easier to turn the feedback into something actionable. And lastly, come up with insights based on the themes. Strong insights are grounded in real data and answer the research questions that were laid out in your plan. Your insights should be easy to understand and increase your empathy for the user's experience. The best insights inspire direct action and help the design team improve the product. Depending on the amount of data you've collected, you should be able to come up with a handful of themes and insights. Once you have a list of insights from a usability study, you're ready to make improvements to your design. This is what we'll cover in the next video, iterating on your low-fidelity designs. I'll meet you there. Welcome back. Now that you've analyzed feedback from your usability study and came up with insights, it's time to iterate on your low-fidelity prototype. The goal is to improve your designs based on the feedback you've received. In this video, we'll go over how to make changes to your prototype in Adobe XD to incorporate feedback from a usability study. While you were working on your own project, I conducted a moderated usability study on the Wisconsin County Library website. The study participants provided feedback about the website's functionality and shared some challenges they faced when using the product. I gathered all of the data and observations from the usability study, found themes in the data, and came up with a few insights. I'll now use these insights to iterate on my designs. Incorporating feedback to improve your designs is straightforward when you're using Adobe XD. All it takes is making updates to your digital wireframes and creating a new low-fidelity prototype that includes the feedback you received. Why not I show you? When I open Adobe XD, my project is right where I left off. I need to make updates to the wireframes of the Wisconsin County Library website, so I'll make a copy of all of my wireframes and paste them below my original wires. It's also helpful to add a text box to the left of these wireframes and call it Wireframes 2. This will help me keep track of all of my rounds of designs. By now, you should have a list of insights that came out of conducting your usability study. These insights should inform changes that you plan to implement to improve the user experience of your website. There are a handful of insights that came out of the usability study about the library website I've been working on. For this video, I'll focus on two of those insights. Participants want it to be more obvious when they add a book to their basket on the search results page. Participants want to be able to navigate to the home page of the website by clicking on the WCL logo. Let's go through each of these, and I'll make changes to my designs in Adobe XD. First up, the search results page. During the study, all participants did not realize that the book they selected was actually reserved when they clicked on the reserve button on the search results page. To improve this user experience, I need to make it more obvious that the button next to the book changed from reserve to in basket. In other parts of my website, I've made the in basket button black and the text white when this happens, so that there's contrast with other buttons on the page. Let me make that change here. The first thing that I'm going to have to do is ungroup my repeat grid to make this change. There we go, simple as that. Now I can use these same colors throughout the rest of my mockup. Second, participants want to be able to navigate to the home page of the website by clicking the WCell logo, which is in the top left corner of every web page. During the usability study, 3 participants were confused that the website's logo at the top of the screen didn't take them back to the website's homepage. On other websites, users can easily navigate back to the homepage from any part of the website by clicking on the organization's logo. So my website's user experience didn't meet the participants' expectations. The good news is this should be a quick fix. Since this insight is about the connections between artboards, I need to switch from the Design tab to the Prototype tab. On each of my artboards, I'll click the logo in the top left corner and drag the arrow to the homepage artboard. Now, if a user wants to navigate to the homepage at any point, all they have to do is click the logo. Okay, I've just incorporated 2 insights that came out of the usability study into my low fidelity designs in Adobe XD. I still have a lot more work to do and many more insights to address in order to improve the user experience on my website. Keep in mind you will probably get a ton of feedback from participants during a usability study, especially when you're testing a low fidelity prototype. That's completely normal and to be expected. You might even need a full rework of your entire design after the usability study. The goal is to keep iterating on your designs with each round of feedback you get, so don't be discouraged. Now, it's your turn to make changes to your wireframes and low fidelity prototypes based on insights from your usability study. Don't be afraid to make big changes. Welcome back. Now that you've created digital wireframes in Adobe XD, it's time to build, test, and iterate on low fidelity prototype. As a refresher, a prototype is an early model of a product that demonstrates functionality. Coming up, you'll learn how to build a low fidelity prototype in Adobe XD. Then, you'll get feedback about that prototype. You'll learn how to plan a UX research study, conduct a usability study, reduce bias during the study, and analyze and synthesize your research results. Finally, you'll make changes to your low fidelity prototype in Adobe XD based on your research insights. Improving your product based on user feedback is one of the most important parts of being a UX designer. In your portfolio, employers will want to know about your design thinking process and changes you made based on what you learned. So this part of the course will provide really critical information to include in your portfolio. We've got a lot of fun stuff ahead, so let's get to it. Hi there. If you've been taking the courses of this program in order, you might remember creating low fidelity prototypes in Figma for your app. Since it's been a while, I thought it might be helpful to go through a quick summary of how to build a low fidelity prototype. Over the next few videos, we'll be using Adobe XD, so the building process will look a little different from what we covered before. For some of you, this is your first time taking one of our courses. If so, I'd recommend reviewing our previous videos and activities on building low fidelity prototypes before you move on. That way, you'll have a lot more knowledge on how to build and test your prototype. All of the videos you need to review are linked in the course readings, so check them out if you need them. Okay, let's get started. I mentioned that prototypes are intended for testing our product ideas before we produce the real thing. Prototypes are broken down into two categories: low fidelity and high fidelity. Low fidelity prototypes are simple, interactive structures that provide a basic idea of how a product will look and behave. They're used to communicate big picture design concepts and usually don't include finalized design elements or realistic content. High fidelity prototypes, however, are polished designs that exhibit functionality and closely match the look and feel of the final product. Once designers test and confirm that a low fidelity prototype works properly, they can create high fidelity designs. These high fidelity designs will go through their own testing process. We'll get into high fidelity prototypes later on in the course, but for now, we'll focus on building low fidelity prototypes. On the surface, digital low fidelity prototypes may seem very similar to digital wireframes. They're both simple versions of your product and both contain minimal content. The difference between the two is that wireframes are just blueprints of the product structure, while a low fidelity prototype ties the wireframes together and incorporates functionality and navigation. Designers build low fidelity prototypes once they've designed a wireframe and want to test whether users can successfully navigate the designs to complete a task. Testing prototypes is meant to identify and solve problems related to the function of your website. So far, you've created a basic wireframe for the site. Now it's time to test how the website works with real people and get feedback. That's a wrap on the basics of prototypes. Coming up next, we'll put everything we just reviewed about creating low fidelity prototypes into action in Adobe XD, and I'll meet you there. Hi again. It's time for you to create your own low fidelity prototype in Adobe XD. I'll be working right along with you on the Wisconsin County Library website to show you the ins and outs of creating a lo-fi prototype. As we've discussed, prototypes allow the user to experience how it feels to use your product. Prototypes are helpful when you want to confirm your design decisions with real users or share your designs with stakeholders so that they can get a better understanding of your product. If this is your first time creating a prototype, this will be a fun adventure. You'll put what you've learned into action. If you've created a low fidelity prototype in an earlier course using Figma, don't worry about using a new design tool. Adobe XD provides a set of new impressive features to help meet your prototyping goals. Let's get to it. Let me open up my project in Adobe XD. The last time I worked with the Wisconsin County Library website, I created wireframes. Now it's time to convert these static designs into an interactive, low-fidelity prototype. You might notice that I've added a few things to my digital wireframe since you last saw them, like the library logo and some text on important buttons. This will help users and stakeholders understand critical information that's necessary to move through the user flow. When I open my project, the first thing I need to do is switch the tab at the top left from design mode to prototype mode. The screen may look similar in the design and prototype modes, but in prototype mode, I can connect individual elements on my artboards to simulate a user flow through the website. Now I'll click on the homepage artboard. A little grey tab appears at the top left of the artboard. If I'm zoomed in, I'll notice a home icon within this grey tab. I want this screen to be the first screen of my prototype, since it's the home page. So I'm going to click the home icon to turn it on. The home icon turns blue, which means that this will be the first screen that shows up each time my prototype begins. My goal in connecting these artboards is to allow users to move through the flow of my website pages. I find it easiest to connect my artboards in the order that users would go through the main user flow. So I'll start by selecting the search button at the top of the home page. When I click on the word search here, a blue arrow pops up. I'll click and drag the arrow to my search page artboard. In other words, I'll release the mouse on the screen that I want to connect to the button. This means that when a user clicks on the search button in the prototype, they'll be taken to this search page. Since I'm working on a low fidelity prototype right now, I'm going to use the default settings for interactions in the property inspector on the right side of the screen. At this point in the design process, our goal is to simply make sure the pages transition, but we don't yet need to focus on how the pages transition. Alright, so now I'm on the search page artboard. I need to make something happen when a user clicks the search button. I'll select the search button and I'll drag the arrow to my search result page artboard. On this page, there are lots of search results, or in this case, books. There are a few connections that I need to make on this artboard. I'm going to focus on the third book in the search results list. I'll make all of the connections for this book first. I'll start with a book image. I'll select this book image and drag the arrow to the product description page artboard. Here's a quick pro tip. Product description page is often shortened to PDP. Next, I'm going to connect the group of text that includes a book title and author name to the product description page as well. Finally, I'll connect the reserve button to the second search results page. I'd repeat this process for every book in the search results, but I won't do this now. Okay, so I'm on the second search results artboard. I need to connect the book image and the group accompanying text to the PDP artboard. On the PDP artboard, I'll connect the reserve button to the second PDP artboard. The one thing that changes here is that the reserve button now says in basket, which indicates that the user has selected this book. On the second PDP artboard, I'll connect the basket button in the top right corner here to the basket artboard. And at the bottom of the basket artboard, there's a confirm reservation button, so I'll connect this to the reservations confirmed artboard. Alright, now a user can search and reserve a book using my library website. I'll press the play icon at the top right of the screen to preview the prototype I just made. This is where I get really excited because my hard work is coming to life. When I click the play icon, a preview window pops up and my designs are displayed. Now I can click on the buttons I connected and navigate through my prototype just like a real user would. So notice the mouse changes from an arrow to a hand with a pointer finger when I hover over a component that's clickable. You should always double check that your prototype is working correctly before sharing it with others, and especially before you do any testing, like a usability study. If your artboard isn't perfect, don't worry. It takes a lot of practice to know what all the features are that you need in a design to create an effective prototype. You can always go back to your wireframes and add a missing button, text, or anything else you may have forgotten. That's all part of the design process. We're always iterating and improving our designs. Now you have a low fidelity prototype, it's time to test it. In the next video, I'll help you prepare to test your design, and I'll meet you there. Welcome back! So far, you've learned how to build wireframes and low-fidelity prototypes in Adobe XD. Now you'll build on the Adobe XD skills you've learned and use them to create your own mockups and high-fidelity prototypes. First, you'll create mockups for your website in Adobe XD. I'll be designing alongside you and we'll show you plenty of pro tips for creating mockups along the way. Your designs will start to look and feel like a real responsive website. Next, you'll extend your work with design systems. You'll even import an external design system into your own Adobe XD work. Then you'll turn your mockups into a high-fidelity prototype. You'll create connections, add interaction details, and adjust the animations. Finally, you'll test your high-fidelity prototype through a usability study. The key is to get lots of feedback from a diverse set of users in order to continue improving on your designs. By the end of this part of the course, your second project will be complete. You'll have designed a responsive website. So let's get started. I'll see you soon. Hi there. Hope you're ready to take the next step in creating website designs in Adobe XD, building mockups. In this video, we'll review some of the key differences between wireframes and mockups and discuss the importance of mockups in the design process. So let's start with wireframes. Wireframes are an outline or a sketch of a product or screen. Wireframes are a great tool for helping UX designers figure out the overall structure of a website or app. Remember, you can create wireframes on paper if you want to move quickly and brainstorm lots of ideas, or digitally when you have a better idea of the structure of your product. After you've gone through a few iterations and feel satisfied with your wireframes, it's time to bring the designs to life visually and add more details. And the best way to do that is with a mockup. A mockup is a static, high-fidelity design that's used as a representation of a final product. It includes more visual and UI elements so UX designers and their collaborators can get a better idea about the final state of the website or application. Mockups are not clickable or highly interactive, which means they can be used to make multiple iterations without affecting the functionality. Let's explore the differences between wireframes and mockups in a bit more detail. Here's an example from an earlier course when my colleagues were working on the homepage of the Dog Walker app in Figma. On the left, the wireframes are static images that give us an overview of the page layout and hierarchy. You'll notice that the designs outline the content without providing a lot of detail or color. On the right, the mockup of the homepage includes color, typography, and iconography. These elements make it easier to map out the user flow and can help UX designers visualize the user journey in a more dynamic way. Keep in mind, this wireframe and mockup are for an app, but we'll go through the same process in this course for our website design. Going from a wireframe to a mockup should not feel like a paint-by-number exercise. For example, it's okay to place an image in a different part of your mockup design than you planned for in your wireframe. The way you arrange elements on a screen can make your design aesthetically pleasing, help users interact with your product, and make your designs more accessible. Similar to wires, you'll iterate on your mockups multiple times and solicit feedback in between rounds. Coming up, I'll show you how to create a mockup in Adobe XD, so get excited. Hey there! You just learned how to create your own mockups in Adobe XD. How exciting! Now let's explore some ways to use the elements and components you created in your mockups to build a design system that you can use across your website designs. As a refresher, a design system is a series of reusable elements and guidelines that allow teams to design and develop a product following predetermined standards. Some of the visual elements frequently included in a design system are components, color, iconography, layout, copy, animation, elevation, typography, and illustration. So how are design systems set up? Most design systems include visual styles, guidelines for how to apply them, UI components, and supporting code for developers. Let's go through each of these in more detail. First up, visual styles. Defining the styles for core visual design elements like typography, color palettes, and iconography helps companies express their brand more consistently. This also helps UX designers improve the user's experience. For example, here at Google, we often use the colors blue, red, yellow, and green in our websites and apps. So the hex codes for these colors are included in Google's design system, which helps ensure we're using the same shade of these four colors across all of our branding. Next are the guidelines. This is where the design principles, editorial guidelines, and implementation guidelines are defined. Clear rules about how certain components or styles should be used within a product help designers stay consistent across all of their work. After that, there's UI components, which are interface elements and features that are consistent across a brand or product. As you've learned, components can include buttons, dialogues, gestures, and more. And finally, design systems support code for developers. To help developers build out designs correctly, design systems often include the code to create each of the provided elements or components. Compiling all of this information into a comprehensive design system ensures that all the different elements in your designs will carry through to the final product. Alright, so that's an overview of everything that goes into a design system. And you might be wondering, why should I use a design system in my own project? Well, let's quickly cover some of the benefits of working with design systems. Design systems create consistency for both designers and users, and reinforce a brand's identity. In addition, design systems help us create scalable designs. Using a design system also saves time and money by increasing efficiency. Of course, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. One challenge that comes with using design systems is that there can be so many components and elements included. Sometimes UX designers can get lost in the details. Depending on the company you end up working for, you could either be learning a complex design system like Google's or helping to build one from the ground up. Either way, you'll adapt or apply elements of a design system to all of your designs. I think you'll be pretty impressed with how much using a design system can improve your work. Alright, now that you know about design systems, it's time to go back into Adobe XD and use one. In the next video, I'll cover how to work with assets to an external design system and how to publish assets to create your own unique design. Welcome back. We're exploring all things design systems when it comes to your mockups in Adobe XD. In this video, we'll discuss some of the ways you can get the most out of working with external design systems. So let's get going in XD. I'll import an external design system and figure out how to work with it. I'll start with Material Design, which is Google's design system. I'll go to File at the top of the menu bar, scroll down to Get UI Kits, and then click on Material Design. It automatically takes me to the Material Design Resources page. I'll click Design Kits for Adobe XD in the top right corner of the page. That opens a folder on my desktop where I can save the file. Next, I'll open the zip file. Then, I can choose between two different material design themes, light and dark. Let's check out the light theme. Whoa, visual elements like color palettes and fonts are all there in the Assets panel. Even better, they've included a bunch of artboards with directions on how to use the design kit, as well as icons, themes, and components that you can copy into your designs. Here's a pro tip. You can customize any element or component you borrow from a design kit to match your designs. It's often what one has to offer. Have fun.
These people speak French. In this course, everybody speaks French.
Commençons par mes parents.
Don't be concerned if you can't understand what they say at first.
Voilà mon père et ma mère.
Listen, watch, and get involved.
Voilà.
Pretty soon you will figure out what's going on and be able to say a few things in French yourself.
Ouais.
At the Bellows dinner table, Hubert is doing his aristocratic number when the conversation turns to low-rent housing for workers. When Hubert says that those people were no worse off a 100 years ago without modern conveniences, Robert...
Mes hommages, madame.
Hubert.
Jeudi soir, appartement des Bellows.
Ça. C'est Hubert. Je reconnais son coup de sonnette.
Madame Bellows va ouvrir.
Mes hommages, madame.
Hubert. Quel plaisir de vous voir. Merci pour votre magnifique bouquet.
Mais je vous en prie, madame. C'est la moindre des choses. Je sais que vous aimez les roses.
Mais vraiment, vous n'auriez pas dû.
Monsieur. Bonsoir, Hubert. Bonsoir.
J'ai pas besoin de vous présenter.
Bonjour, toi.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, Colette. Monsieur. Bonsoir, Hubert. Bonsoir.
J'ai pas besoin de vous présenter.
Bonjour, toi.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, Colette. Bonsoir.
Ça va?
Ça va? Tu es fraîche comme une rose.
Mireille présente Robert à Hubert.
Robert. Hubert.
Bonsoir.
Tout le monde à table.
Et tout le monde se dirige vers la salle à manger.
Voyons. Monsieur Taylor à ma droite, Hubert à ma gauche, Colette, et Mireille à côté d'Hubert. Toi, Marie-Laure, à côté de papa.
Tout le monde s'installe.
Merci, Hubert.
Se sert.
Un peu plus de foie gras, monsieur Taylor.
Je veux bien, il est délicieux.
C'est la maman de Madame Courtois qui les fait elle-même. Marie-Laure, tiens-toi bien, s'il te plaît, ou tu vas aller dans ta chambre.
Oh là.
Pendant le repas, Robert est un peu surpris de la façon. Jeudi soir, on parlait d'Hubert.
Soyez sûr que je partage entièrement votre opinion, cher monsieur. Ayez la bonté de me croire, chère madame. Veuillez avoir l'obligeance de me passer le sel. Cher monsieur, sachez qu'il n'y a de bon vin qu'en France.
Est-ce qu'il y a de bons vins du côté de Provins?
Bon, pour les grands vins, il faut aller un petit peu plus loin, jusqu'en Bourgogne.
Oui. Beaune, Alex-Corton, Nuit-Saint-Georges, Beaune-Romanée, Vougeot, Chambol-Musigny, Geoffrey-Chambertin, Fixin. Oui, oui, je connais très bien. Excellent. Excellent. Si je comprends bien, mademoiselle, vous habitez Provins?
Oui, mais je viens souvent à Paris. Presque tous les jours, en fait.
Comment je comprends? La province, ça doit être un peu ennuyeux.
Oh non, pas du tout. Vous savez, entre Paris et la province, moi, je crois que je préfère la province. J'aime bien Provins.
Province pour province, moi je préfère la Provence à Provins.
Ce qui est bête.
Marie-Laure, tais-toi, s'il te plaît. Tiens. Toi bien.
Oh, si on peut même plus rire.
Appartement des bébés.
Maintenant.
Notre villa n'est pas bien grande. Mais nous avons un petit jardin avec quelques pommiers au bout. C'est agréable. On se sent chez soi, derrière les haies, les murs, la grille. C'est la campagne, et pourtant je suis à Paris en 1 heure au plus.
Alors, comment ça va, la construction? Les affaires marchent?
Ah, n'en parlez pas. Ce sont mes oncles qui s'en occupent. Mais ils ne font rien de bien fascinant. On a fait pas mal de choses intéressantes. Regardez, la Défense, Beaubourg, la Villette, le Palais Omnisport de Bercy, l'Opéra de la Bastille, le Grand Louvre, le Forum des Halles. Mais eux, mes oncles, ils ne font que des cages à lapins, des HLM, de logements ouvriers. Vous voyez le genre. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez? De nos jours, il n'y en a plus que pour la classe ouvrière. Les ouvriers veulent avoir le tout à l'égout, l'eau courante, le chauffage central, le gaz, l'électricité, tout le confort moderne. Il leur faut des lave-vaisselle, des réfrigérateurs, des aspirateurs, des téléviseurs, des vides ordures. Mais il y a seulement 100 ans, tous ces gens-là habitaient à 10 dans une pièce sans éclairage, avec l'eau à la pompe et les cabinets au fond de la cour. Ils se débrouillaient très très bien sans baignoire ni bidet. Ils n'étaient pas plus malheureux pour ça.
Robert ne peut s'empêcher d'intervenir.
Il n'était pas plus malheureux pour ça? Ça, c'est vous qui le dites, cher monsieur. Moi, je n'en suis pas si sûr. J'aimerais vous voir, vous. Logé à 10 dans un taudis infect, sans votre bain quotidien ou votre douche, sans votre téléphone, votre ascenseur ou vos domestiques. Je ne suis pas sûr que vous seriez si heureux que ça. Sachez que la classe ouvrière a les mêmes droits au confort que les descendants des oppresseurs du Moyen-Âge.
À propos de Moyen-Âge, est-ce que vous êtes allé voir l'exposition des manuscrits carolingiens au Petit Palais?
Aujourd'hui, nous faisons la connaissance d'Hubert. Le voilà qui arrive.
Ça, c'est Hubert. Je reconnais son coup de sonnette.
Marie-Laure le reconnaît tout de suite, même sans le voir, rien qu'à son coup de sonnette. Pas comme les autres. Hubert n'est pas comme tout le monde. D'abord, il est très poli. Excessivement poli même.
Mes hommages, madame.
Mes hommages, oh, ça fait très bien, très distingué. Mes hommages, ça va avec le baisement. Regardez.
On s'en va déjà?
Oui, c'est réglé. C'est réglé.
Permettez, je vais présenter mes hommages à madame. Madame.
Mes hommages, madame.
Hubert, quel plaisir de vous voir. Merci pour votre magnifique bouquet.
Mais je vous en prie, madame, c'est la moindre des choses. Je sais que vous aimez les roses.
Mais vraiment, vous n'auriez pas dû.
Mais je vous en prie, madame, c'est la moindre des choses. Mais je vous en prie. Madame, c'est la moindre des choses. Je sais que vous aimez les roses.
Ah, il a de très bonnes manières, cet Hubert. C'est très important, les bonnes manières. Madame Bello tient beaucoup aux bonnes manières. Marie-Laure n'a pas toujours de très bonnes manières. Tenez, vous vous rappelez?
C'est l'américain.
Voyons, Marie-Laure, veux-tu être polie? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ces manières?
Elle ne se tient pas toujours très bien à table.
Marie-Laure, tiens-toi bien, s'il te plaît, ou tu vas aller dans ta chambre.
Regardez, elle ne se tient pas bien. Elle se tient mal.
Marie-Laure, tiens-toi bien.
Elle n'est pas polie.
Ce qu'il est bête.
Marie-Laure, tais-toi, s'il te plaît, tiens-toi bien.
Tais-toi. Taisez-vous. Arrêtez de parler. Il y a des circonstances dans lesquelles il ne faut pas parler. Il faut se taire. Au cinéma, par exemple, parce que ça dérange les autres. Observez.
Je te ferai un petit dessin. Et tais-toi maintenant.
Chut! Ils vont pas bientôt se taire, ces deux-là? Parce qu'il y a des gens mal élevés, quand même.
Chut! Taisez-vous. Écoutez.
Taisez-vous. Écoutez.
Taisez-vous un peu.
Marie-Laure est quelquefois mal élevée. Mais Hubert, lui, est très bien élevé, très poli, très distingué. Il parle bien, très bien, d'une façon un peu prétentieuse, maniérée, affectée. Par exemple, il ne dit pas « d'accord » ou « je suis d'accord ». Non, il dit « soyez sûr que je partage entièrement votre opinion ».
Soyez sûr que je partage entièrement votre opinion, cher monsieur.
Soyez sûr. Soyez, c'est l'impératif du verbe être. Ou bien encore, il ne dit pas tout simplement « croyez-moi », mais « ayez la bonté de me croire, chère madame. Soyez assez bonne, assez aimable pour me croire. Ayez la bonté de me croire. »
Ayez la bonté de me croire, chère madame.
Ayez, c'est l'impératif du verbe avoir.
N'ayez pas peur, mademoiselle.
Il ne dit pas non plus « vous pouvez me passer le sel ?» mais « veuillez avoir l'obligeance de me passer le sel, mademoiselle. Veuillez avoir l'obligeance, veuillez avoir la bonne... » Sachez, c'est l'impératif du verbe savoir. Sachez, il faut savoir qu'il n'y a de bon vin qu'en France. Hubert est un peu chauvin. Il pense que tout est mieux en France, en particulier les vins. En France, il y a de bons vins. Dans les autres pays, il n'y a pas de bons vins. Est-ce qu'il y a de bons vins en Espagne?
Oui.
Hubert dit non. Il n'y a de bons vins qu'en France. Est-ce qu'il y a de bons vins en Norvège? Non. Est-ce qu'il y a de bons vins en Allemagne? Non. Est-ce qu'il y a de bons vins en Angleterre? Non. Non, 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 non. Il n'y a de bons vins qu'en France. En France seulement, pas ailleurs qu'en France. Robert essaie de faire la conversation avec Colette.
Si je comprends bien, mademoiselle, vous habitez Provence?
Oui, mais je viens souvent à Paris. Presque tous les jours, en fait.
Non, je comprends. La province, ça doit être un peu ennuyeux.
Oh non, pas du tout. Vous savez, entre Paris et la province, moi je crois que je préfère la province.
Il faut savoir que la France est divisée en deux parties. Paris et la province. Toulouse, c'est la province. Lyon, c'est la province. Bordeaux, c'est la province. Brest, c'est la province. Marseille, c'est la province. Paris, c'est Paris. Mais Provins, c'est la province. On dit quelquefois que Paris, c'est plus animé, plus intéressant, et que la province, c'est un peu... La Normandie, c'est une province. L'Aquitaine, c'est une province. Et la Provence, c'est aussi une province. Il y a du soleil, vieilles églises, des clochers, des places avec des platanes, des gens qui jouent aux boules, des fleurs, la mer. Hubert préfère la Provence, mais Colette préfère Provins. C'est tout près de Paris.
Ça, c'est...
Mais c'est la campagne. Et une haie, des haies.
C'est la campagne, et pourtant je suis à...
Elle a mis 5 minutes pour faire ce dessin.
Oh, c'est très bien. Tu as mis longtemps pour faire ça?
Oh, j'ai fait ça en 5 minutes.
Maintenant, écoutez bien la conversation entre Robert et Colette. Ensuite, vous répondrez à Robert comme si vous étiez Colette. Essayez de répondre.
Vous savez, entre Paris et la province...
C'est très joli.
L'architecture ne me déplaît pas.
Mais l'entreprise de construction Pinot-Chambrun ne fait... Autrefois, les ouvriers n'avaient aucun confort. Ils vivaient dans des taudis, sans éclairage, sans électricité. Ils s'éclairaient avec des lampes à pétrole. Ils n'avaient pas l'eau courante. Il fallait aller chercher l'eau à la pompe. Ils n'avaient pas de toilette dans la maison. Il fallait sortir, les cabinets étaient dans la cour, au fond de la cour. au fond, au bout. Vous vous rappelez? Les mineurs travaillent au fond de la mine. Les sous-marins circulent au fond de la mer. Il y a un peu de vin au fond du verre. Il y a des villages au fond de la vallée. Aspirateurs, ils veulent tout le confort moderne. Ils l'exigent. Les ouvriers.
Et que la classe ouvrière a les mêmes droits au confort que les descendants des oppresseurs du Moyen-Âge.
Robert accuse Hubert d'être un descendant des oppresseurs a les mêmes droits. Les ouvriers ont les mêmes droits.
Manuscrit carolingien au Petit Palais.
Voilà le Petit Palais où on fait des expositions. Et voilà des manuscrits carolingiens, c'est-à-dire de l'époque de Charlemagne, vers le 8e siècle. Bon, maintenant, voyons ce que nous pouvons dire. Écoutez, regardez, réfléchissez et parlez. Vous êtes un homme.
Mais je vous en prie, madame, c'est la moindre des choses.
Est-ce qu'il y a de bon vin partout? Ça, d'après vous, c'est un ouvrier ou...
No, politely.
ไม่ค่ะ ไม่ค่ะ
Suppose she does understand. Listen to how she says, I understand.
ดิฉันเข้าใจค่ะ ดิฉันเข้าใจค่ะ
Here's I. Listen and repeat.
ดิฉัน ฉัน ฉัน ดิ ดิฉัน
10 phrases that you can vanilla fan the object. Then something kind of like to compliment your colleague. You can compliment about their outfits. For example, วันนี้สวย
สวัสดีค่ะทุกคน Welcome back to Thai by ชม where you can learn Thai fast and keep be careful okay เบาๆ means softly or gently เบาๆหน่อยเบาๆหน่อย okay we how to say could you repeat that can you speak it slowly I don't understand and I have a question in Thai and student also say this sentence in polite way by saying รอสักครู่รอสักครู่นะคะรอสักครู่นะครับอธิบายอีกครั้งได้ไหมคะอธิบายอีกครั้งได้ไหมคะถาม is a verb means understand เข้าใจแล้วตอนนี้ and then or if you have a question like continue
is the sound. Jaan mean plate. The word jaan writing like this and jaan is here. Example of sentence ขอข้าว3 จาน
What's the best way to learn Thai? Sawadee krap, I'm Stuart J. Raj, and in today's clip, I'm going to try and answer things done. Much more only solution, but it's a great tool to use. Other resources that I love using are Glossica. I love spaced repetition, and I still use Glossica to this day for any language that I learn. I go in and Glossica gives you samples of real-life language at spaced intervals to the point that they get into your subconscious. They have it for Thai, and if you go to glossica.com, you'll be able to go in and use those things. If you can actually build your own resources. I have a Mac, and so you have a facility in the terminal in Mac to be able to have text-to-speech. So I actually go through and I build my own resources. Other resources include Bingo's book. Bingo's Learn
สบายดีไหม I would say this expression เป็นยังไงบ้าง เป็นยังไงบ้าง or even shorter than this เป็นไงบ้าง เป็นไงบ้าง It's like in English you say how are you doing what's up so in Thai less formal than saying สบายดีไหม we say เป็นยังไงบ้าง and or เป็นไงบ้าง and to answer to this question is so easy because it's just like answering to สบายดีไหม question which is สบายดี I'm fine สบายดี I'm fine or easy even informal you just say ก็ดีก็ดี it's like alright I'm good ก็ดี yes that's it เป็นไงบ้างก็ดี okay and the question word เป็นไงบ้าง can also used to ask about other questions like you want your friend went traveling somewhere and you want to ask how was it you can use เป็นไงบ้าง with this situation as well for example my friend went to France so I said I would ask ไปเที่ยวฝรั่งเศสเป็นไงบ้างไปเที่ยวฝรั่งเศสเป็นไงบ้าง สวัสดีค่ะ Hi everyone today I would like to talk about a verb or a word that many people found it very confusing this word is verb to want อยาก in Thai language อยาก R sound low tone you have K in your throat อยาก you don't really pronounce K out loud like อยาก just keep it in your throat อยาก that's right how do we use this word the word อยาก always need a verb after it like you say I want to eat chicken to eat is กิน chicken is ไก่ I want to eat chicken อยากกินไก่ I want to study Thai language to study เรียน Thai language language in Thai is ภาษา Thai language ภาษาไทยผม or ฉันอยากเรียนภาษาไทย I want to buy a house to buy is ซื้อ high tone ค่ะซื้อ a house บ้านผม or ฉันอยากซื้อบ้าน Okay, so you always need another word, another verb after อยาก but if you want to have something in the future, like you wish to have something in the future, we would say I want to have or I want to get. For example, you say one day I want to have a house. So you wish to have something in the future. So we will have the word อยาก together with the word have. Have in Thai is มี So you would say ผมอยากมีบ้าน or ผมอยากได้บ้าน The word ได้ mean to get. So I want to get a house. So when you want to have or to get something in the future, always need อยากมี or อยากได้ and the object that you want. Or have or to get something in the future, always need อยากมี or อยากได้ and the object that you want. The word เอา Coca-Cola, in Thai we call Coke, or เอา ส้มตำ ส้มตำ is Coke.
This is Cream Hair from Learn Thai with Mod. Today I'm having my favorite type of food.
กุ้งหอยเชลล์แล้วก็ปลาครับ
เอาหนึ่งที่ค่ะ
ได้ครับ
แล้วก็เอา so at the first one and if you want grilled in Thai we say ย่าง okay, and also another method of cooking you can have boil. So
Sawadika, welcome back to Learn Thai with Mod.com with me. Today's lesson is I have the complete list of the words. มือรู้จัก buy ซื้อ mobile phone มือถือ อื่น speak พูด talk คุย ฟัง ได้ยิน question word หรอ เดิน one หนึ่ง half feel เพิ่ง เหนื่อย tired เหนื่อย machine รื่องดื่มเครื่องดื่ม friend เพื่อนsix ตกเพราะว่าแปดหนึ่งแป๊บ has ever done something before ความเงิน quiet หงุด front อุ้ม handsome หล่อ beautiful สวย Alright, so those are 50 common Thai words that we use every day. I hope you learn something new and I hope you improve your pronunciation. If you like our video that we produce, please support us by donating to our PayPal account, which is here. And I will see you in the next video very, very soon. สวัสดีค่ะ
ครูเอก็ฉีกกระดาษฉีกอีกใช่ไหมคะฉีกเอาใหม่โทษสวัสดีค่ะครูเอสวัสดีค่ะครูหญิงสวัสดีค่ะนักเรียนทุกคนสวัสดีค่ะนักเรียนทุกคนครูหญิงคะวันนี้วันอะไรคะวันนี้วันจันทร์ค่ะวันนี้วันจันทร์วันที่เท่าไหร่คะวันที่21เดือนอะไรคะเดือนมีนาคมปีพ.ศ. เท่าไหร่คะปีพ.ศ. 2565ปีค.ศ. เท่าไหร่คะปีค.ศ. 2022ค่ะแล้วตอนนี้เวลากี่โมงคะตอนนี้เวลา8 โมงเช้าค่ะ8 โมงเช้านะคะครูหญิงวันนี้เรามีนักเรียนกี่คนคะวันนี้เรามีนักเรียนทั้งหมด1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10คนค่ะมีนักเรียนทั้งหมด10คนเย้โอ้ครูหญิงครูเอยังง่วงนอนเพราะว่าตอนนี้8 โมงเช้าใช่ตอนเช้าครูเอเนี่ยง่วงนอนแล้วครูเอกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ8 โมงยังไม่ได้กินหิวไหมหิวค่ะแล้วครูหญิงล่ะคะกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังครูหญิงกินแล้วครูหญิงกินแล้วนะแล้วนักเรียนล่ะกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังครูเออยากรู้ไหมคะอยากรู้ นักเรียนนะคะกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังเดี๋ยวถามก่อนว่ากินหรือยังเนาะ
ใช่ค่ะ
โอเคค่ะ นักเรียนยกมือได้นะยกมือครูเอ๋อยากจะรู้นะคะเอ๊ะหรือถาม1 คน
ถาม1 คนดีไหมคะ
โอเคค่ะ คุณแบล็คครูเอ๋อยากรู้คุณแบล็คกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณแบรดพยักหน้าค่ะ
คุณแบล็คกินอาหารเช้าเสร็จแล้วนะคะแล้วคุณโรเบิร์ตล่ะคะคุณโรเบิร์ตกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณโรเบิร์ตบอกว่ากินแล้ว
โอเค2 คนนะคุณโรเบิร์ตกินอาหารเช้าแล้วคุณทาดาชิกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณทาดาชิสายหน้าค่ะ
คุณทาดาชิยังไม่ได้กินอาหารเช้า
เหมือนครูเอ๋
คุณทาดาชิครูเอ๋ยังไม่ได้กินอาหารเช้านะคะคุณจอห์นเท็กซัสกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณจอห์นพยักหน้าค่ะ
จอห์นพยักหน้าก็กินอาหารเช้าเสร็จแล้วนะคะหรือกินแล้วโอเค
ค่ะ
คุณลิซ่าคะคุณลิซ่ากินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณลิซ่าพยักหน้าค่ะครูเอ๋
คุณลิซ่ากินอาหารเช้าแล้วนะคะคุณประวีณากินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณประวีณาพยักหน้าค่ะ
คุณประวีณา กินอาหารเช้า แล้วอิ่มแล้วคุณปิวคุณปวินาเอามือจับที่นี่อิ่มแล้วนะคะคุณเทฮีกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณเทฮีพยักหน้าค่ะ
คุณเทฮีกินอาหารเช้าแล้วนะคะคุณเทฮียิ้มสบาย
ใช่
อิ่มค่ะ
อิ่ม
ใช่ไหมกินอิ่มนะคะคุณจรสวีเดนกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
โอ้คุณจรสวีเดนยิ้มแล้วก็พยักหน้าค่ะ
กินอาหารเช้าเสร็จแล้วนะคะ
ใช่
ทำค่ะคุณแคทกินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณแคทก็พยักหน้าค่ะ
พยักหน้ากินอาหารเช้าเสร็จแล้วนะคะ
ใช่ค่ะ
คนสุดท้ายคุณเครากินอาหารเช้าหรือยังคะ
คุณเคล้าพยักหน้าค่ะ
คุณเขากินอาหารเช้าเสร็จแล้วครูหญิงก็กินอาหารเช้าเสร็จแล้วครูเอ๋ยังไม่ได้กินแต่ครูเอ๋มี
อาหารเช้าอะไรคะ
ครูเอ๋อันนี้อะไรคะครูหญิง
ถุงกระดาษ
ครูเอ๋เปิดก่อนนะคะ
ได้ค่ะ
เปิดนะคะเปิดแล้วก็มีมือครูเอกก็จะเอามือล้วงลงไปนะแล้วครูเอกก็หยิบ
อะไร
อาหารเช้าครูเอ
อะไรคะครูเอ
ขนมปังแต่เขาเรียกครัวซองด้วยนะขนมปัง
โอเคขนมปังครัวซอง
ขนมปังแล้วก็ครัวซองบิสกิตโอเคบิสกิตขนมปังไหม
น่าจะใช่นะโทสเนาะขนมปัง
อันนี้ขนมปังเดี๋ยวครูเอฉีกนิดหน่อย
ครัวซองเนี่ยอาหารเช้าครูเอ
เดี๋ยวนะครูเอดึงออกมานะครูหญิง
ค่ะ
ปากฟันครูเออ้าปากเอาครัวซองใส่ปาก
ค่ะ
ก็อะไรคะ
เคี้ยวครูเอเคี้ยว
อร่อย
แต่ตอนนี้ครูเอกินไม่ได้มีคลาส
มีคลาสครูเอเก็บก่อนนะคะ
ครูเอเก็บค่ะคลาสเสร็จ
ครูเอเก็บนะเอาครัวซองใส่ถุงนะคะใส่ถุงแล้วก็พับวางที่นี่มีทิชชู่เช็ดก่อนเช็ดมือตอนนี้กำลังพูดห้ามกิน
ได้เดี๋ยวคลาสเสร็จครูเอกินครัวซอง
ได้ค่ะครูหญิงกินอาหารเช้าแล้วใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ค่ะ
ครูหญิงกินอาหารเช้าแล้ววันนี้ครูหญิงกินอะไรคะ
วันนี้ครูหญิงกินข้าวต้มกุ้ง
ครูเอไอเพราะว่ากินครัวซองครูเอดื่มน้ำโอเคไหม
โอเคค่ะ
มีแก้วแล้วก็น้ำกลืนน้ำค
รูเอกินก็เลยต้องดื่มน้
ำใช่ครัวซองอยู่ที่นี่โอเคครูหญิงกินอะไรนะคะวันนี้
ครูหญิงกินข้าวต้มกุ้ง
ไม่รู้จัก
นักครูหญิง
ไม่รู้จักข้าวต้มกุ้ง
โอเคเดี๋ยวครูหญิงให้ดู
ข้าว
ค่ะ
ต้มกุ้ง
ใช่แล้ว
อ๋อครูหญิงคะ
ค่ะ
ข้าวต้มกุ้ง อยู่อยู่ในอะไรคะอันเนี้ย
อยู่ในอยู่ในชาม
อยู่ในชามนะคะ
ชาม
อันเนี้ยชามปึ๊บเห็นครูเอนะสีเขียว
เห็นค่ะ
ครูหญิง อันไหนกุ้ง
นี่ค่ะ กุ้งนี่สีส้มๆกุ้ง
กุ้ง แล้วอันนี้อะไรคะครูหญิง
อันไหนคะอันนี้กระเทียมเจียวค่ะ
กระเทียมเจียว อันนี้ล่ะคะ
ขิง
ค่ะ แล้วสีเขียวนี่อะไรคะ
ผักชีค่ะ
ผักชี อันนี้คืออะไร
ข้าว
ข้าว แล้วก็มีอะไรคะตรงนี้
มีน้ำซุป
น้ำซุป อ๋อ มีสีเขียวเล็ก
เล็กๆ อันนี้ต้นหอม
ๆ อ๋อ ข้าวต้มกุ้ง มีข้าว มีน้ำซุป มีกุ้ง มีกระเทียมเจียว มีขิง แล้วก็ผักชี ต้นหอม
ใช่ค่ะ
ครูหญิงทำข้าวต้มกุ้ง ใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ค่ะ ครูหญิงท
แล้วกินแล้วอร่อยไหม
ำอร่อยมาก
จริงเหรอ
ครูหญิงทำครูหญิงกิน อร่อย
ถ้าครูหญิงทำครูเอกกิน อร่อยไหม
ต้องเช็คค่ะ ไม่รู้
ไม่รู้นะคะ แต่ครูเอกดูแล้วคิดว่าอร่อยนะคะคิดว่าอร่อย
ค่ะ
วันนี้เรามาเที่ยวอยุธยากันนะคะ ถ้าใครชอบเที่ยวเชิงประวัติศาสตร์นี่ต้องมาที่อยุธยา ไปกันเลย อยุธยาเป็นเมืองโบราณที่สำคัญมากสำหรับประเทศไทยในอดีต เพราะเป็นเมืองที่อยู่ในจุดยุทธศาสตร์สุดๆเลย มีแม่น้ำ3 สาย แม่น้ำเจ้าพระยา แม่น้ำลพบุรี แล้วก็แม่น้ำป่าสักที่อยู่รอบๆอยุธยา เพราะฉะนั้นเรือทั้งเล็กทั้งใหญ่ก็สามารถเข้ามาแล้วก็ทำการค้ากับอยุธยาได้ รู้ไหมคะว่าประเทศตะวันตกประเทศแรกที่เข้ามาทำการค้ากับประเทศไทยคือประเทศอะไร ประเทศโปรตุเกสนั่นเอง มีนักท่องเที่ยวมาเที่ยวที่อยุธยาเยอะมากเลยนะคะ เพราะว่าเมืองนี้โด่งดังมาก โด่งดังเรื่องอะไรรู้ไหมคะ ก็คือเสียนพระคือหัวพระนะคะ เสียนพระที่อยู่ในต้นไม้ พลาดไม่ได้เลย นั่นก็คือวัดราชบูรณะ ซึ่งอยู่ติดที่ใหญ่ที่สุดในประเทศไทย กรุคืออะไร กรุคือห้องที่อยู่ใต้เจดีย์นะคะ กรุของวัดนี้เมื่อก่อนเคยมีทรัพย์สมบัติอยู่ข้างในเยอะมาก หัวขโมยได้แล้ว แล้วตอนนี้ของที่ตอนนี้คือวัด พระศรีสันเพชรนะคะแก้วนะคะที่อยู่ในกรุงเทพเคยไปหรือเปล่าคะเข้ามาชมได้เข้าไปนั่งสมาธิสวยไหมคะถ้ามีใครอยากเรียนรู้เพิ่มเติมเกี่ยวกับ